Theoretically, we're active. So it should be sort of kind of live. One part's going to be trying to create a point back on this, because it's obvious somebody used it for something they shouldn't have, because they flattened out the tip out. Hey Danny, how's it going? One of my latest grabs, it was in the bottom of the hull. I figure the acetate's in good shape, clean it up, try to put a point back on it, get it going again. You know, you can come around here and stick your head in there and say hi right over this. Oh, like right here. Okay.
What's going on?
That's my son-in-law.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Handle looks pretty decent so far.
Yeah.
Until you get to it.
Well, the handle's super clean. Whoever the guy that had these, he didn't abuse. Well, he kind of abused some of the tools, but for the most part, he did not abuse his other tools. You know, he wasn't gentle on the metal, but he didn't tear up the acetate. Didn't go after it with pliers either. So like Magdad would say, you can never have too many pokey things. Which is true. So no matter how many scratch holes I find or I got, I swear I don't know where they're at, even though most of them are all in the same drawer. But yeah, I've got a few, I think I got 4 or 5 videos coming up from the auction auction stuff I grabbed Wednesday. Actually, I think there's 4 or 5 more, because that Thorson socket set from this morning, that was part of the same auction haul. I still can't believe it was a complete set.
I'll say, when them dang cookies can be done.
Yeah, I can't have any.
I
might have. Well, is she doing the normal ones or the? Okay. Yeah, I can't have any. I've had too many sugary sweet items this week.
If you eat one, you won't eat all of them.
Yeah. It's slowly getting there, but I've always liked these. Nothing like throwing it. I've always liked these handles for an awl because they fit good in the hand, and but this is one of the many tools that came out of a estate sale where there were three or four generations all on the same property at one time. I think when the elders passed on, the younger ones slowly migrated to the point that they left the farm and everything else out there. I get this one tidy. This will go up here, so I have one right here at the desk. Another part I hate, getting close to the acetate. I get a little rambunctious by the time I get to this point, and I end up digging into the handle. I nipped it. Yep, I nipped it, but nothing major. Nothing I'd get excited about. Hey, how's it going? So, what we'll do, with a little steel wool to offset any imperfections off the plastic wheels. Try to smooth it out a little better. Not perfect, but I might have to try to reshape that. Not sure how I'm going to attack the tip yet, but I got lucky with a lot of the tools. A lot of the tools that came out of that place, uh, no mange. Worst they had is grease grime. I say close enough, good enough. Just gotta fix the tip. Trying to think if I had anything that I could use here, but I don't think I do. 18,000 things for the Dremel and
Sharp and stuff.
that's conical inside. Wonder whether I could use that as a shaper. Find out. I got hot quick. It's getting there, not quite a point. That didn't work the way I hoped. I know it's not the proper material, but
That was pretty good. Sharp.
yeah, she's got sharp. Not bad for a point done by hand. Yeah, that'll poke holes even in my tough hands. I just got to see if I can. Looking for any waves or irregularities. No, it's pretty conical. All right. Add this to the about to say this is the montage of junk I got up here. I think I might have to hang that from there. Sweet, that'll work. Hey Jeffrey. Yeah. Bad pictures. I couldn't see half the sockets and stuff, and I saw a couple that vaguely looked like they were Blackhawk. I had no idea. I thought it was like everything else I get. You get a box, you open it up. If the box says Craftsman, you got two Craftsman and a whole bunch of weirdness in it. Or like the green box that I got for Cal, there's a whole bunch of stuff that had nothing to do with Cal. But to actually sit and go through that whole thing and find out that it was a complete set, that was pretty cool. And the crazy thing is unlike stuff in the last 15, 20 years where you buy a set if there's 60 or 70 items and most of it's fluff, whether it's you got 20 or 30 Allens or a whole bunch of quarter drive quarter bits. That only had 10 quarter bits. Other than that, all the rest of it was just tools. That to me is kind of crazy. Haven't quite got the motivation done, but there's a quick wedge. It's in pretty good shape, but it's really scuzzy. And the handle's not bad, but if I get the motivation tonight, I'm going to try to make this look good too. And we'll see what I can do about this. It's a 1/2-inch Husky breaker bar, USA made. But right now, I'm in the mode to get rid of some rust. Now let's see how this will come out. So before I go that way, I've done lost everything. But I know, I think Magdad collects those wedges. I think the ones that he has are the thinner ones, kind of like the one I acquired a while ago. But if I can get this looking good, it does have a little crack in it there, but nothing major. It's almost like this got slammed in too far. But if I can get the plastic looking good, get the corrosion off everything, get the metal shaft in there nice and clean, this would be awesome. Don't find too many screw starters like that anymore. I can
Yeah, right.
turn him into a pincushion. I don't know if he follows me out in the backyard, he'll be a pincushion because we got a lot of briar out there. But like me, probably a bulldoze through it and not pay attention. It's time to make sure I still had a green light. Sort of kind of go that way. See if we get this whole nasty thing looking better. I think this is the one I got at the estate sales last weekend where I had stumbled into it all by itself. Almost forgot to get the air handler running. Without the air handler, got to have a mask. With the air handler running, I don't need a mask because I got a fan that blows against this, and the air handler is right above it. And right now, can't smell a bit of this as it's being knocked off. But what made me realize I didn't have it turned on, you can smell it in the air. I'm out. It got hot. Almost got done with it too, and it was just getting too hot to hold because the center is holding heat. I'm so close. Because after this, it'd just be a matter of knocking off the inside, doing a light rundown on it. Yeah, well, don't forget, take your waders, a kayak, or bring some instant inflatable pontoons. Right now, my mom's this close to getting water intrusion because of how bad the river is. Okay, that's toasty again. No, I gotta kind of keep the shirt. Well, okay, let me have one of those things, not that. I want the whole thing. Jeez. Oh, okay, okay. I'm gonna get a treat. I'm gonna get a treat. Homemade oatmeal cream pie type thing. I shouldn't have it, but I'm gonna have it. Yep, still hot. Yeah, from what I heard, oh, and now my brain's not working. Uh, let's see if I can remember. Come on, maps. Zoom out to there, come back up here, zoom in. So, Nuevo. Curtin Dam. So, I knew I'd remember it. So, from what I understand, south of Curtin Dam, they've been asked to evacuate because they can't push and get enough water through. Apparently, they have all the gates open, still not moving enough water, and everything's just slowly backing up. It doesn't help that the bridges and everything else is getting clogged up with tree debris. Yeah, this time it's not about the ice jams. It's just about all it uh them not being able to get the water rolling. I think they forgot they were going to bring me a oatmeal pie. Yep, I definitely think they forgot about me. I was wondering why that sounded familiar. So you southeast of GR? Yeah, because when I read that, I was like, I swear I know that. I just couldn't put a finger on why. I was watching a video the other day, and one way to identify anybody from Michigan is the Ghost S when you go up to buy groceries or something from Meyer, where you have to say Myers, pluralize it, even though there is no S. When I watched the video, I looked at it and said, guilty. It's got some metal staining, but that's not probably something that's actually in the metal. Oh, not saying I've been around a couple days, but I remember when it used to be called Meyer Thrifty Acre. And some of the stores had had a giraffe and other animals up on it, especially over the top of the gas station islands. That didn't come out too bad. That's Barklow Buffalo. She got many decades life left in her. Somebody stamped Noel on it. But other than that, that'd be a great one to add to the collection. Not sure if I got one that's 3/4. Set this aside. So I got to put oil on it later. Not sure if I want to tackle this yet or not. Trying to play catch up between there and the computer to see which one actually has legitimate catch up time on stuff. This one's gonna be a fun clean. I knew it was a 1/2 inch breaker bar, but it was laying on its side, so I had no idea what it was. Ended up being a Husky, USA Husky. But when I started finding a lot of the older stuff in some of the lots that I didn't win, but when I went to pick it up, you could still see them. And I started seeing some of the much older tools, plus the old shop it was in, the old farmhouse, and everything around it. I was like, ooh, this one's got possibilities. But this is coming up in a video soon. As I found this. This is all nasty, crusty, grimy, and funky, but got it all nice and clean. Works great. That ended up being a Snap-on S12. And if that is correct for the date code, then that puts that date code at 1930. So this would be a 1930 Snap-on 1/2 inch extension. I don't have many Snap-ons with that style logo, with that font or the split line under it. Another part I hate, trying to clean these channels. Just needs to be wiped out. All right. Well, we're going that way. Because I'll be here for 18 years with a Dremel trying to clean up that 1/2 inch breaker bar. Oh, that's it. Just throw it on the floor. Probably have to do this in sections because of its size. It'll take on a lot of temperature, take on a lot of heat from the friction. But from the age of this breaker bar and the house and shop and the other tools that I've acquired from here, man, all these dents and dings, imagine the stories that they would tell you. Only bad thing about larger tools, a whole lot more to clean. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Definitely don't look as nasty as they did before. Just got a little tidying up here. Make sure the ball detent works. She's ready to be put back into use. Fun part is trying to clean up the little details. That'll work. Just gotta get some oil on it. Nice thing about it, the metal being warm, it helps that oil get through. Get some of the residual grease, grime, rust, crust, and gunk that's down in the yolk. Helps get it out. Definitely not going to get it all out, but it's going to give it a little assistance though from magic can. Just a little bit of crud coming out, not a whole lot. So I'd say in the grand scheme of the planet, this one is good. Okay. Peek. Oh, she's clean. I haven't even checked to see if this ball detent was good or frozen. She's free. No rust in there either. Just grime. Wait. No, I want it there. And the ball rolls smooth, no issues. That's primarily oil and a little grease, or a little grime, I should say. I'd say close enough. It's good enough. Knurling's good. Putting the bar in is good. Moves free. Ball detent's good. That's a old Husky. But this thing's got tons of stories left in it that it could tell. This will probably outlast half the ones I've gotten in the last 10 years. Oh. Uh-oh. What have I done? There we go. Yeah, if they're frozen, I try to, well, I'm actually kind of frustrated right now. I have a small machinist hammer, ball peen about this big. It used to stay here. And since I hoed out this whole area, I'm not sure what I did with it, but it was my go-to hammer to tap on stuff. The reason why I'm mad is because George sent it to me. It's in the shop somewhere. I just don't know what I did with it. I have no clue where I moved it. This was, I don't know if you've seen past videos, but the desk was, I had like a little postage stamp to work in. So my little machinist hammer that I really enjoyed and I used all the time is missing, because I had the machinist hammer and I have a little punch that I could line up and just give it a couple taps right on the ball, try to break it free. That was after soaking it with, 50-50 oil, brake clean, whatever it needed to try to fireball it out. I really want to know what I do with that little hammer. Knowing me, I send it back over that way, close to the big toolboxes. Well, no guts, no glory. See what we can do with this old thing. Got to be careful because I don't want to damage. Thank you. Yeah, my grandfather, both my grandfathers and my dad, they're the ones that always told me when I was a kid, you take care of your tools will take care of you, and they'll last longer than you. It don't matter whether they're expensive, like this almost 100-year-old Snap-on, or the Kmart socket set that was my dad's that I used as a kid many decades ago. I took it. I know I kind of abused them when I was younger, but I took care of them. I still have that socket set, and they're going to outlive me. But I know people that you can give them brand new tools. It doesn't matter what company they are. Within a year, they're going to be rusted. They're going to be chipped up, broken, or they're just going to flat be a mess. And the one thing that always drove me nuts is I look at mechanics that spend $10,000, $20,000 on their toolbox, and who knows how much in the tools, but you take one of their sockets, you scoop it out with a pry bar, and you just grit, grime, sludge, and everything out of it, and you know the data is just seeped all over the inside of those expensive boxes of theirs. It's like, why'd you spend the money on the box if you're just going to ruin everything? Now, I'm assuming from the flag, you're on that side of the pond. I don't get to see too many tools this way, but for tools that I have gotten from that side over here, my favorite is a little I got a pair of footprints. The only footprints I found over here. And I do have a couple of odd wrenches, but they're just stamped made in England, but with no manufacturer or forging marks on it. But I have found one footprint, and that's it. Now this auction lot where I got some of the tools, I was targeting it just for this. I've only got a couple, but mine are the ultra small ones, almost like old electronics screwdrivers, long and thin. So to see one that seemed a little chunky, I knew I had to have it.
Fresh. Clean the pan.
Damn fan.
She put chocolate chips in this one.
Ooh, there it is. Homemade oatmeal pie.
Use molasses this time, so it's maple syrup.
Good. I like molasses. Oh, I don't blame you. If I pull a drawer and a tool's missing, I won't go to bed till I find it. And if somebody's nice and tries to put tools away and they put them just backwards of each other, I know about it.
Don't wipe them off.
Go ahead. You can stick your head down and admit to that one.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times. Got that wrench looking good.
Right drawer, right location in the drawer. They were just backwards of where they should have been.
Right drawer though.
Mm-hmm.
You want something to drink with that?
You throw me a bunch of water in there, please.
No ice?
No ice. Wasn't sure how much of it it got on me. Oh, that was delicious. Homemade oatmeal cream pie. Woo! Very tasty. Something tells me this tool had not been used in that shop in many, 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 many decades. It either sat in the drawer or sat on the bench. Thank you.
Back to the ground on those.
Ooh. I haven't had enough water today, so this got thick grime and crud that's dried out. The good thing is it doesn't have a lot of water damage or pitting. No real signs of rust. It's more like a large layer of dust that just got damp and crusted up. Because what's coming off isn't coming off like it's sorry, I got focused on the line to make sure I didn't miss the section. Yeah, it's just coming off like dried crust. Like if you get something that's covered in dust, spritz it with water, let it sit, let it dry, and it hardens. That's about all that's on this. Other than down in here, I got most of that cleaned up. I got a tool or two, but the Dremel does so well for the finesse work, for the fine details. If I'd have took this over to that 8-inch grinder wheel, I guarantee you it would have split the beam apart and bent the snot out of them. They'd have been useless. Now, don't get me wrong, I could do some damage with this if I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Or just make a mess by knocking that 3-in-1 over, right? If I use this in the future, which I probably will, when I'm done with it, I can take a little LA Awesome, a little blue rag, give it a quick wipe down before it goes back in the box, and it'll never look the way it was when I got my hands on it. Now the fun part. I got to try to split this, but be careful I don't split it too far. So I can just get a little bit of separation so I can, get a little bit of separation to be able to try to get in there with the plastic wheel to clean. I've been using 3-in-1 oil for everything since I was a little kid. So my grandfather always used it on everything. Between the average, the regular stuff like that, you got that blue metal tin, blue and white one. And this is still pretty full. This was my grandfather's. This is probably, if I remember right, they picked, he'd grabbed this when I was in elementary school. So between this and that, I use it for everything. Never had any problems with it. Fun part, trying to send that in blind on the blind side. I gotta do. I have probably 4 or 5 other tins that came out of his garage, and my dad took them and never used them, kept them on his shelf. Then I acquired them. That's gonna be the fun part. Because I hate to say it, really don't know what I'm doing. This I'm just playing fly by wire. Don't know if this is gonna work or fail. We're gonna give it a shot. I'm happy. You can see through it now. You can see through it. So it kind of worked. Well, I don't know. That's definitely a million times better than what it was down in there. Fun part's gonna be cleaning this up. So that ain't pretty. Hard part of doing this is sometimes you think you got a line of grime that you missed, when all it is the reflection of the shaft on the Dremel tool that looks like you missed an area. But definitely getting better. I don't, that's the funny thing. I have a variable speed bench grinder on the main bench behind me. Uh, that's actually got fiber wheels on it. But what I have the wire wheel attached to is actually a buffer, because it's got the longer spindle on it. It gives me so much more clearance when working on something that size. Where if I had just it on just a regular grinder, it would be too much. I'd either be banging in my knuckles or not having the room that I need. But I don't know why I had a wild idea to put a wire wheel on a buffer. I figured, what the heck? It was on sale at Harbor Freight. I give it a try, give it a shot. If I burn it up, so be it. Hasn't let me down. It still works great. And if I decide I want another wire wheel, of a different uh, coarseness, then I'll probably get another one of those. But I got the variable speed grinder because most of the fiber wheels cannot handle the RPMs that a standard bench grinder puts out. It really needs, for some of the best work, it needs about 2,000 RPMs. Anything higher than 2,400, which most bench grinders are around 3,450, it blows up the fiber wheel, and either it'll cause it to shatter or it just eat right through it, because it's going so fast. When you touch metal to it, it just obliterates, turns into dust and powder right behind it. Other reason why I know that is because on that buffer, I had a couple fiber wheels, and the fiber wheels lasted me maybe 30 days. But once I put them on a variable speed, those things have lasted over same type fiber wheels. They've lasted over 6 months on the variable speed because I keep the RPMs down. It's better. Still needs some work. But because of this and this, I think, do me a favor, on the mothers. I knew something was missing. Just couldn't figure out what it was. It's shiny, but it's not where I'd like it. Trimmed it with a razor blade in case I worked it on a curve. That way, if that pad was bent, it straightened the pad out. That way, when I go to work on it, it doesn't leave it in an awkward spot. If anybody that's watching has worked on these, then they know there's a seam right along the metal. And that's what I'm using as my guide. And I can do this. As long as I know where that seam is, then I can use that as my reference line. Well, the outside of the tube's much better than it was before. So is the internal piece. Now the fun part, you gotta try to clear that out. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Because what I thought I had up here, I do not have. I need a rod. I need. Okay, everybody. Squirrels getting loose. I got an idea. Gotta go find some stuff.
Problem is finding enough room to go in there.
Oh, that'd be easy. So, got a couple rods. Exactly. And I have plenty of more brushes. Oh, what a shame. It's the perfect size. Yes, it is. So now I just got to find the right thread and diameter. Because every stinking kit I've acquired over the last 40 some years, different diameter, different thread pitch. Everybody's got to have their own everything. Close but too big. Pull that off, see if that is almost but not quite. That's an adapter. But I need one that's just like that. Perfect size. Handy tools, whether they're for this or the other things. No, I think it's a little bit bigger than the 22. No, claiming 22. But what I do know, well, the pad is 22. I don't know what that one is, but that's a whole lot thicker. Oh, I forgot I got rid of the powder and everything out of here. But that right there is much thicker than a 22 round. Because that's close to the 22 class, and you can see it's a whole lot bigger diameter. Oh, she's shiny all the way through. All right. I didn't think there was really going to be much of anything but just dust and dirt packed up in there. Pretty sure that's all that was in there. That's just for giggles. This will live for decades to come. It's just some minor scraping, but that's metal on metal scraping. Now, fun part. Am I going to do okay cleaning the plastic? Or am I going to turn this into a huge disaster area? That I don't know. Because I'm not that good with plastic. Hey, good evening. I'll tell you what, cleaning plastic and hitting with compounds and stuff, it's about as much fun as sanding. But as tedious and as boring as sanding is, you got to look at the end results. Is it worth it or not? When you get a good wood project that looks good because you took the time to sand everything, oh, I appreciate this sentiment, but I am still learning how to deal with plastic and acetate handles. And I'm trying to be careful where I don't accidentally burn them. So I kind of got to watch what I'm doing. I'm good with that. Still gonna have his dents and dings, but with the dents and dings, that's its story and its history. I always like older tools because they had all the stamping, like old wrenches and sockets and all the cool stuff. But the problem with them doing that, there's a whole lot more little tiny finicky things you got to try to clean up decades later. I'm not gonna be able to get all the dent stings and crud off it, but it'd be good enough. I'll be happy with it. Uh, you know, probably the best thing. This has higher torque values. I can control the RPMs with it, but it has higher torque values, which means that if I push or dig in, it's not going to bind up. It's not going to back off the motor. It's going to push deeper and harder, which means you could actually either burn a hole into your softer material, or you can just flat melt sections of it down. And since this has so many finicky little fluted lines on it, it would probably be best that it sorry, this is, I think, the yeah, it's a 2050 little Dremel. I can't remember, it had a name with I something, little tiny. I call it the angry mosquito because of the buzzing. But with that, if this loads up too much, no matter which bit I use, it'll trip and shut itself off. It won't allow it to overheat or overload the motor like the old one will. That'll just try to power through it. So there's probably a lot higher, or sorry, lower chance of burning or burrowing a hole while doing this. And who knows how many decades of dirt, grease, grime, and whatever is mounted up on this thing. I'm surprised. Usually I've already done tripped it where it's already cut off and I have to reset it. Now, if you were talking about this here, it's not pushing in. It's just sitting on the big food shelf here. So it's more of a vertical platform. So no forces going this way. It's support going that way. Don't forget, the higher the RPMs, faster it goes. Faster something goes, the more friction you have. Even if you have a paste of some type, because you can actually heat up the paste. You can heat up the paste where it kind of pushes it aside or away. And then all you're doing is what we do with metal sometimes, and it's a dry polish. Fun part, trying to keep a steady track on those flutes. That and some polishes, if the RPMs are too fast, it heats it up, it dries them out, then they become very tacky. If they get tacky, it ain't going to do its job polishing. That one was probably the cleanest set of flutes is right here. Getting dry. This is a quick wedge from Salt Lake City. Dabble, dabble, dabble. Come on. So a little dabble. Getting there. Slowly but surely. It's getting there. Oops. Almost bounded up. I heard it. Well, it would have showed everybody the cutout this thing has. Hey, George. Yeah, a fat one too. It ain't one of them skinny ones like the couple I've already found. She's a big chunky one. But I already got that most of that looking good. I need to work the plastic though. And for the most part, I'm just slapping it on extra thick, even though I've already hit it with the angry mosquito. Now I'm just going to do this with the final rub down. As long as I can get into all that fluting. Jeez. That little fiber buffing wheel with the plastics on it. It does clean, but it also it gets all the dirt and grease and grime and crud off that's still embedded on it. It ends up piling up, and doing that, going back over this and just giving it a good plastics wipe down with just your hand and a good blue towel, you will see what it looks like after. Part I hate. Stupid coves. And I try to move at a pretty good pace on the rub side, because by doing that, if there is any residual gunk or grime off of that heated up and bunched the grime together, rubbing high speed creates a little friction. It'll soften it up, allow it to come off. Now I still need to contend with the bottom piece, but there's the handle. Not too bad. And this no longer a scuzzy wreck. So yeah, there she is. Quick wedge from Salt Lake City. Oh no, that's dry. In the last, well, I do plastics, then I fire up the Anger Mosquito to buff everything, and then I do a light wipe, and then I go plastics, thick and runny, and then I let it soak into the rag, so the rag is kind of juicy, and then from that point, just high speed rub it. Never got taught how to, some of the nuances. I just kind of fumbled and figured it out myself. And it works. It works. I just won't tell you what I've done over the years that didn't work. You know, it's like when they invented the light bulb. Yes, they invented a light bulb, but they can tell you 999 ways not to make a light bulb. Well, as far as cleaning plastic and acetate, I can tell you 999 ways not to attempt it. I have damaged, destroyed, and ruined too many. But the good thing, when I do that, and I was practicing and learning, it was the El Cheapo overseas screwdrivers. I was not about to attempt to do it with a screwdriver I really cared about. I figure if I can get the cheap plastic screwdrivers looking decent, then I can get it to work on one that I like.
It turned out about as good as I thought of.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Close that garage. I just saw that. I just saw them flying around. All of a sudden, I saw that out of the corner of my eye flying around. I was like, oh, that garage door is still open. It's dark, and all the bugs are going to come in.
Down the way.
I don't know. Oh, crud, my air hose. I think the tool's still attached to it. Is that what it was? Is the did you disconnect the cutting wheel?
No, that's on it.
Okay. Yeah. You can set it right there on the saw. That'll be all right. I forgot all about the fact that I cut that the cattle panels up. What happens when I try to do multiple jobs at the same time? I had an air cutoff wheel. I cut cattle panels down, and after cutting the cattle panels down, I got into doing other stuff. And oh, it's funny what happens when you don't leave an air hose going out the front door.
What's going on, George? Yes, you're right.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah. I'm trying to learn something.
Well, don't watch me. I don't know what I'm doing. I just have a whole lot of happy little accidents. That's why I got toolboxes full of shiny tools, right?
That's right.
We're all going to turn into Bob Ross tonight. It's a happy little accident. It's all shiny. You see what he said?
Let's see. Yep. Same old shit, different day.
Yep. Okay. Now, the final slather it up thick. That way it'll soak into the cloth. Where's the... Oh, there it is. I'd say find the spot that was all juicy. Try to get some friction going to, if there's any residual crud on there, but it's not doing it. Two, three, 4, 5, 6. Now the fun part.
Getting no more words.
Yep, trying to at least. Couldn't see those words earlier.
No, you couldn't read none. Didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, I was going to say I had no clue it had words on it. I mean, it wasn't a total train wreck. It was just grimy and nasty. It's been around the block. Does have a little crack in it, but it doesn't affect it. So this says patent US whatever, and then and other countries.
Yeah, I gotta go let her run.
Oh, okay, is she out there?
She says she's out there barking.
Okay. So there she is, all done. Slides smooth as glass, easy as can be. And you can push right off the end without even realizing it. Everything's nice and tidy. Looking good. That'd be a nice one. One more toy down. Oh. Okay. Need something to drink. Don't even say anything, George. I'm not a fan. It was close for a couple hours. Go see a game and come back. Obviously, when you get a big enough drink, you get a free cup. And it's perfect for out here. If it gets damaged, I could care less. But this is one of my, what I cleaned up earlier, USA Husky half-inch. And obviously made a Barcalow look better. Forgot where I put this. Oh no. But there are two things in Pittsburgh I am a fan of. Pramontes, Prannels. And if you ain't a fan of either one, you ain't got good taste buds. But gotta be the one downtown. Well, I would say the two downtown. One downtown, and the other one over by the university. Other than that, the other Pramontes, they're okay. Just gotta be the two up in town. Was a good getaway. You know, what was it, 4.5 hour ride up. Get to enjoy good food, my kind of food. Go see a baseball game. Come back the next night, or even if it was a day game, come back the same day. Other than that, I either got to go play in DC or Baltimore, and I would rather not. I wouldn't hop in the shower at your age. Might break a hip. I know. You're telling me I'm number one. This is another project that I'm working on. There's the handle. That inside is the original stain, but the outside was battered and nasty looking. So I took most of the stain off except for what had gotten into the grain. And then I put Cabot's Flaming Mahogany over the top. This was completely rusted out. And now I still left the dark original on the outer edge. Then I left what got into the grain, then put the Flaming Mahogany over the top. I gotta seal it, give it a little shine, but it was so bad and so horrible that even the screws were completely rusted out. I had to Dremel out the slots. Oh, I know I got video. I've got stuff right in front of me for videos that are about to come out. But I with my auction grabs this last Wednesday. It's going to come out over the next week and a half. I now have the two oldest Snap-on tools that I own. Surprised me. I didn't think they were that old. Actually, you know what? This is it's a 1/2 inch extension, rusty, grimy, nasty, and as you see, it's clean again. But there's the date code. That date code said that, according to the sheet, that's 1930. It was a mess, but it cleaned up really nice. I have a socket that I have not gotten to. Hang on, let me double check. I may have got them backwards. Yeah, no, that's 1930. I have a socket with a similar font that the date code shows that one being 1929. Haven't cleaned it up yet. I just threw all the crud and grime on it. I thought I saw Snap-on, but I wasn't sure. So obviously I took the Dremel and started working all the way around it through the center line. And yeah, it was the same font, same everything, but it had the looped 9. No cut off edges, no weird design. It was a loop 9. So that right there, that socket should be 1929, which means that this is 1930, which means that it's now older than my grandfather's Blue Point double box end, which used to be my oldest one. They were hiding in the bottom of the lot. Couldn't see it, couldn't identify it. And I just looked at it. I didn't see any name or stamping or embossing when I pulled the box and started looking into it. And you sure couldn't see it from the pictures. So I thought it was just, one of them overseas ones that just got all grimy. And I was, well, I'll clean it up, give it away. And then all of a sudden, oh, it's Snap-on. One I haven't cleaned up yet. Brake adjustment tool. It's a wizard. That's pretty cool. Another sneak peek. It's right, quarter drive. Oh, nope. You know what? It's in here. I think it's in here. Yeah. Probably ain't gonna be able to see it in this camera, but there's a Snap-on, and there's the 9. And because it's full sweeping 9, that puts that at 1929. Gonna take a lot of work. It's in rough shape. I didn't realize it was in everything that was sitting right here. I need to clean my hands. And I don't have whale. Okay, let me grab some goop. I want to eat a couple jelly beans, but I don't want to eat all the metal dust, polishing compounds, and everything else that I've gotten on my hands. I'd rather not do that. I found some leftover Halloween jelly beans. Halloween, jeez. If they were Halloween jelly beans, I wouldn't be eating them. Easter jelly beans, sorry. And when they come out, about the only time of the year that I find them. And that is Brock's spiced jelly beans, which is basically a spice drop with the jelly bean coat on top. The only time I find them is around Easter time. And I only had one bag this year, kind of watching the sugar, but I stumbled into a bag. Tomorrow's high to break a record. Oh, lovely. So in other words, tomorrow's going to be hot, 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 and hot. Bad enough we got oh, it's only going to be 88 degrees tomorrow. That ain't bad. It was 93 and 95 Wednesday and Thursday, so 80s, that's getting closer to good weather. Yeah, some of the original Great Necks were yeah, I don't need no more. And my luck, it's gonna put some on my back too. I already got enough. I think I migrated from here backwards. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need to, Don, I need to add you to the list. Need to add you to the list. I'll send you an email later.
Actually, you know what? Let me do it now while I'm thinking. I just paid attention to your actual email address. It was funny because I didn't even pay attention to it. I just right click saved, and then I could type and it auto populate mode. I don't know why, but this time it just kind of jumped out and I actually read it. I don't know if you saw it, but cleaned up and tidied up a nice little quick wedge. No longer funky, and it works great. Also, tidied up a 1/2-inch Husky USA breaker bar and a Barcelo. But I needed a snack and a little bit of a break to unflow. Well, I cannot confirm nor deny I've done any shenanigans like that either. I had a friend, it was about so tall, about so wide. He's done a few things like that once or twice, maybe 40 or 50 times. But I'm innocent. I tell you, I'm innocent. I really am. Just don't ask the boss. She'll tell you the truth that I'm not innocent. I still have one of the oldest active Yahoo email accounts. Never thought it would still be around. I thought it was just going to be a quick temporary thing. Made a stupid email, and usually around between Christmas and New Year's, I get a message from Yahoo thanking me for maintaining one of the oldest active Yahoo emails. And then I cringe. I'm like, I tried to ignore it, hoping it would just go away on its own from lack of use, but nope, it won't go away. This doesn't need a whole lot of work. It's a Craftsman. It's in pretty good shape. Still nice and still got a nice flat bottom to it. But with it being elevated to get hit, I can't wait for this to oh no, that's more than vintage. That's borderline antique, as old as Yahoo is. Because I started that when we had dial-up. And we had just got up to 56K modems. Down in the basement, I still have a 300 baud modem. And that was from my old Commodore 64. So, you know, dial in, hit that 300 baud, hoping it would connect, get to a bulletin board, surf the bulletin board, leave a message, come back a day or two later and see if anybody responded to it. I saw the case. They had a nice picture of that dirty old case that says America's Best. Here, still right here next to me. America's Best Black Hawk hand tools, and I did not expect. Well, that's why I need to put a piece of foam in. I did not expect to get that to be a complete Black Hawk USA set. Definitely did not expect that. These just need to be cleaned up, lubed up, but they're still working good. I have a handful of these. These are the adapters that go from a quarter drive socket that you slap a bit into. But this is the first I've ever had one that actually goes to a 3/8 drive socket. But for $17 plus, you know, taxes and fees, I cannot believe it was a complete set. I figured I had the case and a handful of them, and I was going to spend the next, 10, 20 years piecing it together to make a set. And the plastic clips aren't broke either. But I've got videos done, sort of, that I still have to transfer, process, do all the exporting and all that garbage. For what I spent on each one of those lots, I did good. So what I was doing last year for paying for things and getting things, I picked right up where I left off. Wintertime's over. Flea markets, yard sales, stuff like that are starting to pick up. I'm right back at sniffing out the goods. I do have some dumb things, but that's what happens. You buy a lot, you get whatever's in the lot, especially if you see and target something. This is out of one of them. I targeted this lot just because I wanted this, and that's where I found other things, which happened to be, I think, the Snap-on, almost 100-year-old Snap-on extension was in it too. But I'm not wasn't paying attention because I don't know if this video released or not, my flea market haul where I ended up grabbing 7 Bonnies, but they're all the same exact size. Didn't even pay attention to it. They were laying flat in the box, and all I did is I rolled, saw a Bonnie. Oh, NEY, grab, shove them in my hand, grab and go. Didn't pay attention. Got home, started looking at stuff as I started putting the video together. That's when I looked. I was like, wait a minute, these are all the same. They're all 5/8. I did, and it's AL20. But in my recent snag Wednesday, I got an AL16. So I do have a second out of that series. And I think I have 1 or 2 more in the containers that are a couple other AL ones. Either that or it's over it with all the rest of my 12-point deep wells. Oh. So I've got the box cleaned up. It's just going to take probably a couple months for me to build all the plates with the printer, and then all the socket holders, and try to get it all set up that way. I like that idea. And the funny thing is, I know 5 people that may or may not have them. So I may have to just clean them up and send them out. My broken Thorson case I had accidentally knocked over. It dropped in a box and it scattered everything everywhere. I just looked down and remembered I have not cleaned that mess up yet. Still got to attend to this thing. Handle spins good. It's just covered in rust. .510 Ray. That's all I see on it. I don't know. Let's go that way and give it a whirl, see what we can do with it. But yeah, box is tidied up. I just need to make a ton of these so that they can get fit in there. I've already got 1/4, 3/8, 1/2 inch, and 3/4 inch pegs to drop in. I need to get little machine screws to send in there so it'll lock them in place where they don't drift around. So I'm hoping by Labor Day, maybe, that I should have all 6 drawers laid out with the plates and the socket pieces, and then start mounting all that in. And then I can go through and start sorting out all my sockets. This might actually clean up pretty decent. Got some pitting. I'm worried about up in here. Let's give that edge a good hit.
Not too bad. Got some pitting, but the pitting looks more like what old vintage tools look like when they're just being banged on a lot. And that's why I don't like this wheel on curves. My wheel, if you notice, is getting very thin and small, and it's not so flexible. It wants to grab and yank tools out of your hand. And when it's got a curve like this, it grabs quick and it's aggressive. I think I may have to finally get rid of this wheel, put a new one on. Okay, I've had enough of getting that one. That was 3 close calls and a trip up on the where it actually shut the buffer down and reset it. This, I think it is. I think this is the one. I think this is one of them out of that Snap-on box. So I mean, it's starting to come to life. But with my wheel being as short as it was, because it was a full 8-inch wheel, with it being that close, it's very grabby. When you start getting into the curves of this, I'm sure you saw it yanked out of my hands twice. Says something when it yanks it out of these hands. It literally stopped the motor, and then the motor fired itself back up. I think I'm going to have to go the old slow way of doing it. Because this isn't going to rip it out of my hands. But it's also going to take forever. Not yet. The only thing I found is 510 Ray. I haven't even looked as tried to pull it up yet, see if they're I probably should try to check to see if that ball detent works. If it's completely seized and I can't get it, then cleaning the rest of it would be absolutely useless. Other than practice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now, I don't know if it was visible because that workbench is a mess, but right behind it is one of my dad's uh, bench grinders, little 6-inch. Still has the shrouds on it. I have his old bench grinder somewhere, I think right there. That still has the shrouds on it. That's sitting on a stand. But because those were his, I left the shrouds on them and I really don't use them. But mine, oh yeah, the shrouds completely stripped all the way around. Because if you saw when it yanked this thing out of my hands, yeah, my hand, I punched the spindle with my knuckles, which is no big deal. I don't mind punching the metal, not a problem. But yeah, if I had guards on there and it caught and yanked like that, it could have pulled my hand in, got my fingers down in there, it would have ground it right down to the bone. But anybody that does the safety thing is going to say the guards are there for a reason. Well, I proved a long time ago those guards are actually dangerous. They're good for keeping sparks down, keeping some of the debris down. But if something gets caught in it, it's hyper dangerous because it's going to pull it right in.
Give that thing a good bath. Hey, how's it going? Okay. Good old channel locks, little 426s. I think they are. Yeah. Oh, whoa. I saw the puff of gunk when that released. And that has little to no pitting, even though the rest of that speeder is a mess. Oh yeah. That'll work. That will work. This will get cleaned. It'll be worth taking the time to get the rest of this cleaned. I can push the ball detent right now. I know I'm out of sequence with things, but not bad. Considering the outside of this thing is an epic rust blow, apparently it rusted and created a ultra thin rust pocket right at the top. Yeah, that's, well, of course, I've been using the dirty rag here. Now, if I've got an actual stone, like when I used to work at a hardware store, and we were sharpening lawnmower blades all the time, we actually had custom built partial shrouds. Trying to remember, they were custom built specifically for sharpening blades. So if article of clothing or something got caught and it tried to pull it in, you could actually swing out and away without it getting hit. But if that stone, I wouldn't call it a stone, whatever the compound was that they were using for it, if it did break, it wouldn't launch too far. And now I'd forgot all about that till you said something, because it's only been 35 years now. Jeez. I forgot all about those custom shrouds. But if one of the grinding wheels breaks, it's usually one of two things: either it was poorly made, or the RPMs are on the machine are way higher than what that wheel was designed for. Kind of like me and the fiber wheels. I had fiber wheels on the on a non-variable speed grinder, and I was eating them up like eating candy. I went and got the variable speed, lowered the RPMs down to around 2000, 2100, and I don't eat up the wheels, because the wheels were only designed for a maximum of 3000 RPM, yet most grinders are at 3450. So you're already pushing it to the high end of what it's capable of, and then you go and pass it 450 RPM. Yeah, I almost when I started doing this, before I started doing any kind of videos, I almost didn't do videos because I was literally those fiber wheels that I use to really work metal that needs it. Uh, I was heating them up almost once a month. And that gets a little pricey. Well, the ball detent works. Now it's just going to be a matter of getting the metal. Yeah. I'm going to set that aside for a bit because it's got oil and dampness on it. It's not cleaning. Or not, well, I guess you could say it's not cleaning. It's not able to knock the debris off because it's damp. When I was younger, I was good at non-destructive. Let me rephrase that. I was good at destructive testing. I used to take components and push them way beyond their limits and way beyond what they were designed for to see where they would fail. And that includes sending things up at RPMs until they did weird things, stretch. Like guys that do it now. I mean, I did it 25 years ago with RC cars. So I used to mod the motors. And even with the SA glue or the CA glue that we use to secure wheels, all that, I'd crank it out enough RPMs on a battery. Now this is before lipo and brushless. This is on on brushed motors. As you ran around a 9 or 12 turn motor, where everybody else is setting up around 19 or 22 turn motors. I used to run 9 or 12. Short window of run time, obviously, but oh, it had power, it had speed, and you could actually take the tires, stretch them. Tire would go from a short, fat tire, it'd be tall and thin, and then all of a sudden rip apart. I can tell you right now, if you take small can capacitors that are this big, you put them in a tube, like a copper tube, and then you turn around and put a old school metal funnel at the end. Then you sit there, then you crank the voltage in the crank the voltage up way beyond what it's rated for. They do make a pretty good boom, pretty good bang, especially with the sound going through the tube and then coming out the metal funnel. It'll scare the crap out of people. Pardon my French. I mean, they're dirty because of all the work I've been doing recently, but there's one of my, yeah, these are old, but they get up and run. They'll keep up with 4S brushless devices. They won't compete with the 6 or 8S because those are insane, especially when you have a motor the size of a Coke can. But this is on a brushless, or this is a brushed motor that's in here. I can, the driveway is number 57 Rock. You don't want to be behind it. If it's sitting at a dead stop, you don't want to be behind it. You want to be more than 30 feet from behind it because it'll pick that number 57 up and it'll launch it right back at you. It's just a little bit modified. Just a little bit. Power. Oh, I couldn't imagine what I would do, mess around with, if I had the funds to be able to play with some of the new brushless stuff, mod it. Yeah. I could probably get some cars doing some silly speeds. You figure that car is 25 years old too, and it's still, like I said, it still keeps up with the 4S car. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, you're still looking at probably around $1,500, $2,000 to mod one with 8S, or sending it up to 12 or 16, and by modding it out. No, not ludicrous speed, just plaid. I know. I just showed my age by saying that. And from what I understand, a couple months ago, they had just wrapped up with principal filming for part 2. So if they're done with principal filming, that means it's just going through the whole putting it together, cutting, splicing, overlaying the audio, the music, sound effects, and all that. That's if all that everybody's been talking about was actually true.
Yeah. Well, I know one thing. For all his health issues, I don't know how he lived as long as he did, considering it, blah, blah, the health issues he had while he was younger. But I remember long before Spaceballs came out, he was dealing with some severe health issues. It's like the comedian John Panette. Uh, I just got to see him, but he had been fighting severe health issues for over 20 years. But I know one problem that probably aided into his issues and him passing away was alcohol problems. So I know a lot of people. I mean, when we went and saw him, he was he was plastered. He still made you laugh because you knew what he was gonna say, but he was plastered. But with the way he always did his expressions, even plastered or not, he still make you laugh because of his expressions. But I'm sure that didn't help. But then you talk about people that have done stuff for so many decades and you don't know how they survived. Ozzy's one, Keith Richards is another, and then Lemmy Kilmister from Motorhead. He should have been gone back in the late 70s, and somehow didn't he die in like 2015 or something like that? Actually, I don't remember when Lemmy passed away, but yeah, everything they did, I don't know how they survived. It's the same, top to bottom, left to right. It's been the same thing since you were a kid. Get out of the line. He did that with McDonald's, and he's done it with KFC. But I think a lot of people will remember him for Oh Nay Nay. I always like the one where he was talking about his nutritionist, that he's gone through a lot of nutritionists over the years. Some quit, and some turned to drugs and alcohol.
Well, it's slowly getting there. Still got a long, long, long way to go. I'm going to try to knock the major crud off it, but probably later this weekend, I'll fire up the ultrasonic. Uh, Soak this in simple green and water mix, and then put it in the ultrasonic for a while. That way, it'll get crud up inside. Oh, but not too bad. One of the other skits I always liked is when he had to eat arugula and seaweed and all that. And oh yeah, you can have steamed vegetables. Nope. Put my hands real quick. I used to get free tickets to Funny Bones. Have a good one. Be safe. We used to get free tickets, Funny Bones, all that. I even got to see. Oh, I got to look his name up now. I can't think of his name. I can picture him. He was funny. God. That was Mr. Cooper from Hanging with Mr. Cooper. And the other time, I probably spit his name out without thinking about it. Oh, it was Mark Curry. Got tickets to see him and a bunch of other people over time. Yeah, funny. Plus, since it's Funny Bones and it's a place where you can drink and all that, trust me, what you saw on TV is kind of like seeing the Red Fox. What you saw in Sanford's Son, trust me, his comedy was a whole lot way beyond that. It's kind of like Andrew Dice Clay, what you saw when he played in Adventures of Ford Fairlane with his mouth and comments was nothing like his comedy. Night and day difference. So if you're easily offended, yeah, they're definitely not people for it to watch. So like Old Red Fox, Richard Pryor, obviously Dice, Carlin, older Carlin. Older Carlin he pushed limits and then some. Probably why our generation doesn't get easily offended because we had, yep, yeah. Now Rodney in his live performances, nothing like what you saw in any kind of TV, VHS, or anything like that. No, Gallagher was just funny and silly. He really was. He didn't really push things too far out. But I always loved the Sledge-O-Matic. Got to be in the first two rows. Things have definitely changed. But it's like the Globetrotters. When I was quite a bit younger, I saw them, and they were unbelievably amazing. Now, they're just kind of They're not. It's not the same. I watched they had watched a video of the Globetrotters from I think 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm looking at it going, yeah, that's definitely not the hilarious, amazing show that was done back in the 70s and into the 80s. Because I had thought about they were going to be about an hour and a half, 2 hours away, and I thought about going, but then I pulled them up, and I watched it, and then I was like, not for the price of the tickets to see something like that. I was like, yeah, that is not the same. It is definitely not the same as the Globetrotters from the 70s and 80s. I mean, they were just awesome back then. I may have to try to dig up a video from last year and a half, because, and yeah, it half of what they did was kind of scripted, but not scripted back then. It was more just they knew what they were going to do, but they didn't let. What were they? The Washington Generals? Is that who they always played? I think. And they didn't always let some of the refs in on some of their gags. And it seemed like they were more involved with the people and the kids back when I was younger. Now it's just a lot of stuff that just it's kind of there. I might take my grandkids to it, but I'm probably not going to be excited like I was because it's just not as engaging as it was. I think being out here on the East Coast, east of the Mississippi, I think I just remember on TV, you would see it usually around, what was it, 3:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday when the ABC's Wide World of Sports. Okay, now I just really dated myself with that one. Uh, and it would be on TV, and I think it's because of that that they probably that's usually one of the games they played was when they were up in where the Washington Bullets used to play that are now the Wizards. So that's probably why I remember it, because that would have been what they showed up here on the East Coast. So now the day got brought up, I think I'm going to have to do some digging and find people that have the old VHS tapes that they've uploaded digitally of some of the old games from back then. I have to put them up on the big screen and out here and watch them. What's wrong? Want some? I'll share. Both of these, obviously licorice, cinnamon, because these are actual spice drops inside the jelly bean shell. Number one, number two. After that, they're all pretty good. But cinnamon, but my licorice is number one. I just wish Jolly Rancher would bring fire back. That was my favorite Jolly Rancher. When I was a kid, I could eat cinnamon Imperial Red Hots by the pound. The only reason why I say by the pound is because That was back when you used to go in. They used to have the wood barrels with the lid. You'd scoop out and buy stuff by the pound, the bulk food aisle. He's actually a trip. He was. Somebody I knew had some old, very old video footage of him in a couple of his live shows. But yeah, you just go back and bulk food, a plastic container to put flour or sugar or whatever in, or get a plastic bag, put your gummy bears or red hots or spice drops or whatever in. That definitely wouldn't fly today. Too many stupid people doing stupid things in stores. Like that idiot that got caught out in Arkansas that went in Walmart, went back into the and got wasp and hornet spray. That went over to the fruits and vegetable. Was spraying the fruit and vegetables down that were up in the cooler racks, and the idiot videoed himself doing that. So yeah, I wouldn't. If they ever attempted to bring bulk food back like that, where you just lifted the lid and scoop, I wouldn't trust it, a single bit of it. A lot of people were doing, and because one person did something like that, then other people started doing stupid stuff through grocery stores and all that. Now we still have bulk candy stores. They're actually just legit candy stores. There's one North Carolina, close to I'd say probably about an hour. Hang on, you know what? I got to figure this out. Probably not as far as I think it is. So let's do that. Then we got to go here. Yeah, so I was close, a little further than I thought. It's only it's about 2 hours away, 2 hours north of Myrtle Beach in North Carolina. There's one of the little barrier islands. They have kind of like all the trinket and junk shops that you find around little beach towns, but they have one that's just straight up. Is it the sugar factory or something like that? That's bulk food, but obviously they're very aware of what people are doing and all that. Oh, I went in there, saw a bunch of stuff. I didn't like the prices. Holy cow, the price is crazy because you're paying crazy price per pound. But I saw some old school type candies in it. Had swap batteries. Yeah, this is going to take a lot of work. I think it'll clean up. Not going to be super hyper shiny. Still going to have dents and dings, but that's what it's going to do. 510. Ray. So that is a vintage Packer Ray 510 speeder wrench. Somebody has it. So it's Packer Auto Specialty. And I wonder whether that, yeah, Packer Auto Specialty. They had a 410 and a 510. I wonder whether the 410 was maybe 3/8 drive. It says vintage Ray 1927. No, that's not it. Packer Ray 5. Nope. What? Let's see if there's any information on this. Okay. That explains the amount of rust on this. Production years of the Packer Ray 510 speeder wrench was 1912 into the 20s. So this speeder is already over 100 years old. And because of that, I got to clean it. Might take me a bit. I've got to clean it. I've got to get it looking right. Yeah, that would be an awesome addition to my slightly aged tool collection. So it's from the 1910s to the 1920s. Yeah, I may have to hit the belt so I can flatten some of the severe pitting here, flatten that off. Yeah, this one's going to have to get some extra work done to it. I'll leave the dents in the pitting on the main body, but up around the head, it's got to be tidied up. The handle's got to be tidied up. Then I've got to ultrasonic the inside, get it all tidy, and hope that I can get as much of the crud out of there. Firebomb it with then probably soak the handle end in evaporust for a good while. Come out of that, rinse it down, then firebomb it with a good red brake clean. And then put an ultra thin layer of 3-in-1 down in there. Let it lube up. Yeah, now that I actually know what the company is and the fact that that it is as old as it is, I mean, other than some of the severe pitting there because of it being left in the rust and everything, which isn't super bad. I'm going to leave that there. I'm not going to try to take it off, but the overall body isn't bad at all. And that the name came out good. I definitely think I want to hit the flatten these edges off. Not going to mess with this. I'll hit it with other stuff to try to get up around the edges. You know what? It's already in my head. My squirrels say, let's do it. My squirrels say, let's do it. So, got to turn the light on. And try to do this and not break the phone with the speeder because that speeder darns.
Not saying I got it a little toasty, but started pushing some of the oil out. Definitely better than that, the way it was. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave the pitting in there. That's just part of its age and neglect and letting it rust. But I want this to be able to still hold the tool like it should. So, oops, sorry. Still locks on. Still does what it's supposed to do. Of course, now I got to clean the gullet of the socket before it goes back in my bin. There we go. At least a lot of the heavy pitting and the bad spots are gone. And it grabs and holds onto a half-inch socket, even though, well, that's probably 25-year-old socket, but still holds on. Grabs great. Just got to get the handle tidied up. Ultrasonic, evaporust, brake clean it. I definitely got to get this thing looking good again. Now I'm also going to have to dig into the company, learn a little bit more about them. You know, bad shadow for whatever reason. I forgot to follow the grooves. Helps when you follow the grooves. I think they're still around, but I think they got bought out. Because I've got last summer, I got a Facebook Marketplace haul. I did a video on it. I got a ton of tools. I got a black bag, probably that big, completely stuffed with tools. Facebook Marketplace, I think it ended up being, I don't know, 40 or 50 bucks, but didn't care. And there's a bunch of Armstrong USA tools, and they were brand new. They'd never been used. So I know Wright is still around, but I'm not sure if Armstrong is still Armstrong or they got gobbled up by one of the big conglomerates that does tools. But I have almost a complete set of SAE and metric for Armstrong, and that's actually primarily what's in my cart that I can drag out into the out to the vehicle. My quick grab and go cart. Yeah, I have up until recently, I'd never found any cougars. And then I think it was, I don't know, 5 6 years, or geez, 5 6 months ago, all of a sudden I started finding smaller ones, uh, quarter and 3/8. I'd never I'd heard of it, but I never got any. And then all of a sudden I started getting a handful of lots. All of a sudden the stray cougar sockets started showing up. Now the funny thing you notice, my shirt has none of this rust and crud on it. There's a reason. Air handler is above, and right here
sorry, right there. That is one of those. That's one of those industrial floor drying fans. That's why, as it would puff, that all of a sudden it would push straight up. It creates almost like a wall right here and just sends it straight up, and the air handler grabs it. That's why there is none of that garbage, none of that mess shows up, crosses to me. If it did, my sinuses would probably be clogged up for a month. You figure all this crud up in my sinuses, jeez, I wouldn't be able to breathe. I'd be blowing rust snot for forever. And where I put my air handler, and I've got two other fans, I got it set to where it pulls whatever I'm working on, pulls the debris in the air. Like if I'm sanding, it pulls it away from my project. Oh, I ain't gonna lie. I was a kid in a candy store when I opened up that bag. When I opened up that bag that I had snagged at Facebook Marketplace, because the guy was nice enough to meet me while I was at work, and I was able to take my lunch, and he met me up in my footprint where I could do lunch. He met me up there so I could buy them. Hello, how are you doing? Oops. I've done hit a button and I've lost my entire feed. Yep, I lost my feed now. Oh, there we go. Now it's back. The only bad thing about having a mouse that has a whole bunch of buttons on it, when you bump and slide stuff into it, all of a sudden your screen starts jumping around. Well, for the short term, there we go. So there's that. Starting to come around. Got a lot of work to do still. But in the short term, definitely happy with that. Especially finding out that this is from, it said 1910 to 1920s. So that's going to be pretty wild. We'll have to see if anybody's got any rooted out and see if there's any more information on the company. Just most of the time when it comes to cleaning tools, it takes a little patience. Sometimes creativity to get it done. So apparently the company shut down and closed in the 30s. So Alloy Artifacts has got some information. Started in 1912. Oh my gosh. I don't know if anybody that's on here has seen it, but one of the guys, I don't remember who it was, in the last couple months, had a wood box. One of the guys I watch had a wood box, and it said race socket wrench. It was the old, kind of hollow square sockets, almost what looks like a valve socket today. It's the same company. Because it's the one that has the square sockets and the traditional socket style, but they're thin walled, had wrenches and all that. It's going to drive me nuts now. I got to try to remember who it was, because I know they saw it. I know they liked it because it was different and unique. I know they were doing a late cleanup on it. But I don't know if they ever found any of the history on it, but I stumbled into it trying to find information on this. I was scrolling through Alloy Artifacts to find this and try to get kind of more of a timeline. And I was scrolling through and I caught the picture of it. I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night in the next few days, and all of a sudden it'll dawn on me who it was. That's gonna be wild. I just gotta try to figure out who it was so I can send them a link to that article on it. That toolbox is going to keep me busy for probably 4 or 5 more months. Besides me doing the random stuff that I still get, I still have a large chunk of that 27-gallon tote that's still full. I have probably there's a 5-gallon bucket right here at my feet that probably still has another 40 sockets in it that came out of that box. But I'd been working those sockets for so long, I had to get away from them. I started working on some of the wrenches. That's where that big spud wrench that came out of that box. A couple of the other big wrenches that I worked on, like the striking wrenches, that came out of the box. I just had to get away from all the insane amount of sockets. I still have. Oops. They're still here on my desk by the computer, but this is all out of the 75 plus Allens. That's all that's left for me to clean up. These are just Williams. Don't know. Oh, that's right. I need a grub screw for that one. Actually, you know what? I don't need a grub screw. I need to get a roll pin. I need to get a roll pin. I need to measure it, cut it, send it in. I forgot this is not one that uses the grub screw. It's a when it gets locked, gets a roll pin in it. I live to be 500. Now, you know what? Better yet, I could be as old as Master Yoda, and I would still won't believe what I got out of that box, including the box, or the fact that I've got that big 4.5 inch Colombian vise with built-in pipe jaws in the bottom, and the fact that there are 2 or 3 tools out of that entire box that paid for the entire thing. One of them was a big rigid pipe cutter. That's over $200 by itself. And then I found 2 other tools that when I pulled it up, that it would put it up. I think it was $275, $280 for 3 tools. So, well, add on. So it'd be almost just short of $500, which doesn't include taxes or shipping to buy those and all that, which puts it way over what I paid for that entire assembly. Now I need a new rail for the top right, because it doesn't slide properly. I've done everything I could with it. It doesn't slide right. I got the rest of them working pretty good. That when weight gets put in them, they'll be fine. But yeah, that box is when I get stuff done, because it is 7 drawers and they're layered the way they are. The top 2 are shallow. The next 4 are mid depth, which is good for deep well and smaller. So the top 2 drawers, that's just going to be ratchets. That'll be 1/4, 3/8, and 1/2 inch drive ratchets. Then the next 4 drawers is going to be nothing but 1/4, 3/8, 1/2 inch. And then the bottom one will be 3/4 drive. No duplicates, so it'll be all uniques. So it'll be the shallows, mid length, deep, for SA, metric, in 6 and 12 point. The impacts will go in there. The short, shallow, standard, deep well, and so that way when I go to pull a drawer, universal sockets that have 8 points, e-torques. So whatever size, if they're in 1/4 drive, they all 1/4 drive material will go into one drawer. All 3/8 in the next drawer. There's a caveat to that. It will not have the Allens, because I have some snap-on Allens that are way taller than the drawers. So the Allens they'll have their own drawer, but if whether it's 3/8 or 1/2 inch drive drag length sockets, those will go into the appropriate drawer too. The weather heads, the old antenna nut socket set, those will be aligned 1/4 all the way down to 3/4 drive. So that way, if I know I need a certain size and a certain one, I can pull that one drawer and it'll have every single 1/4 drive I have, or every single 3/8 that I have, all individual, all unique sizes and types. So 6 point, 12 point, shallow, standard, mid, deep, whatever.
not brand specific, but as long as every single size that I've ever had is there, including that stray 5164 snap-on that goes in the 3/8 drawer also, or half inch. I don't remember. I know it's that odd socket. Oh, I got quite a few 8-points. Okay, hang on. Do I still have sound? Hopefully I still got sound. I just had to cycle out because the phone only has 5% left. So the battery is dying. I have little tiny 8-points. I have 8-points that are up around 1 inch, I think. Those are older than dirt, though. I mean, they're old. Now, the funny thing about the 8-points is a lot of people say, "Oh, yeah, those are only for specialty things like this." Nope. The 2 vices that are mounted to my workbench, they have square nuts and square bolts. That's how old those vices are. Well, one was my grandfather's, one was my great grandfather's, but yeah, square head bolts, square head nuts. That's what those vices had, and that's what they're mounted with. I drilled the holes just to make sure that the original existing bolts that have been through multiple generations are still used. I cannot confirm nor deny, since I'm a pack rat of hardware, especially stuff that I acquired for my grandfather and my dad, that how many square head nuts and bolts I got, or flathead screws, or sorry, blade type screws. So if I have old furniture where it has the old flathead screws holding the furniture together, I probably may have some stray ones that I can use as replacements. But since my grandparents kind of grew up through the Depression when they were young, you know, you didn't throw stuff away and buy new stuff. You learned how to fix stuff, and if you couldn't fix it, you tore it apart and salvaged what was still usable and use it to work or fix or modify something else. Which is where I turned into a pack rat, because I do the same thing. I've taken nuts and bolts from stuff that had absolutely nothing to do with what I was working on, modified and made it work. I think I did a short a long time ago where I had to custom make a screw. I had the right length, the right thread pitch, but the head was too big. I cannot confirm or deny any Maxwell House Folgers or Cafe de Monde tins running around this shop. I plead the fifth. Yep, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. But I ended up having to slowly work and reshape the head to where it would fit what I was working on, because it was broke. Everything else was right except for the head. The head was incorrect, and I had to reshape it to where it fit perfect. Well, close enough. Probably 90% what it needed to be, but it worked fine. It did exactly what it was, what I made it out to be. The other thing I like doing, because my grandfather, he used to use the baby food jars, and in his shop, he had little bunch of little shelves with little strips to keep them from falling off the shelves. But he used baby food jars to keep nuts, bolts, screws, tacks, and everything like that. I have copper tacks up in my one of my pull-out drawers. I have square nails running around here also. But he used baby food jars to store all the nuts and bolts in. I kind of don't have the ability to do that. I used glass pickle jars for a while, and then with everything I've been doing with cleaning tools and building projects, that I'd keep knocking them off and they would shatter. So I get the big peanut containers, M&M containers, or the big plastic pickle containers from Sam's, BJ's, Costco, whatever. Use those. Got a screw lid, they work great. Yeah, I've been offered some of the glass jars, but the handful of glass jars that they get, I don't need them. Main glass jars out here, they don't survive. Somehow I find a way to knock them over or hit them with something where they shatter. And then I'm trying to pick all the hardware out and then try to get all the glass picked up. So that's why I shifted from old glass containers, I shifted over to plastic. If it falls, not gonna break. If it does crack and break, I'm just cleaning up plastic. Well, I think I'm going to call this one a night. I got some stuff done. Made progress on free tools. That'll be an awesome addition to the collection. That came out really nice. Obviously my Bonnie cleaned up really nice too. Breaker bar did okay. Well, concerning what this started as, it's coming along. Still got work to do, but I'm going to be up at the dawn patrol. Well, it's midnight now, well, after midnight. So I'm going to I'll probably have to be up probably about 5-6 hours, because we're taking off got some kind of a farmer's market vendory thing to go do. Then I gotta come back, get the truck, go pick up 25 garden stones. Then I gotta the cattle panel that I picked up and cut. I've got to turn around and put garden stakes in. We're gonna mount that. I'm gonna have a busy day tomorrow. But is what it is. She wants the garden stuff done, and I'm more than happy to eat everything that comes out of that garden, because the stuff she grows, yeah, it's food I used to hate when I was a kid, but the ones that she grows, can't get enough. So she's got a bunch of little red potatoes. I always like potatoes. And she bakes them and does her magic on them. Those are hard to stop eating. But she's got beans that she grows. Amazing flavor and texture. She tried a different type last year. Oh, no. Even she didn't like them. They were stringy, they were hard. They had a very bland taste to them. I didn't ask whether she's going to do radishes this year. But we haven't found, I haven't seen in over 20 years, is there used to be one called firecracker radishes. I haven't seen them in over 20 years. Those were awesome. Those had a lot of zing to them. We'll see what grows. But if I could do anything to help get stuff in the ground where it grows, that means I know that our meals are going to have some really good, tasty foods. So, appreciate everybody that hung out, everybody that chatted. As always, if you're one of the guys in our niche, good luck in the hunt. So, everybody have a good weekend and be safe. Have a good one.